12 noon having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Lawrence. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Let us pray. Father, we come before you this day humbly and mindful of the responsibilities that lay before us. We are reminded of the brevity of life and those who have greatly sacrificed so that we may live in freedom. I ask this day, Father, in particular, that you would draw close to the family of Corporal Timothy O'Connor and comfort them in this hour. I ask, too, that your hand of guidance and protection would be upon all who wear the uniform of this state and this nation as they serve with fidelity, honor, and distinction. In this chamber, this day, guide our steps and our actions in service to you and to our fellow Pennsylvanians. I pray this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Sergeants at arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. This morning, we are excited that we will shortly go to a special order of business for the House as we swear in our newest members. To acknowledge the guests that are here today to support these members, we have Her Honor, Judge Latasha C. Williams, Dauphin County Court of Common Pleas, the first African-American elected to that bench. We are so proud of her as she used to work for the Pennsylvania House Democratic Caucus many years ago. Let's all welcome Her Honor. Here to support the gentlelady from the Lehigh County, Representative-elect Anna Tiburcio. We have her father, Eddie Tiburcio. We have her mother, Miguelina Tiburcio, Claudio Tiburcio, her brother, Andrew Brito. We have Karen Encarnacion, Bianella Martinez, Argentina Kazordak, Jose Rivera, Anise Rivera, Dan Bosquet, Evata Bosquet, Lori McFarland, Carmen Bell, Claudia Parales, Juan De Leon, Shane Falwell, Soretta Johnson, Danielle Shakefold, and Carol Burks joining her. Welcome to the floor of the House. We're so glad to have you all. Here to support the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative-elect Jim Mazzacca. We have a former member, the gentleman from the Pennsylvania Senate, Senator Nick Visitano. I tell him I'm the 102nd vote on every one of his bills. Welcome back to the floor, Senator. We have either coming or almost here, gentlelady from Allegheny County, Senator Lindsey Williams, James Mazzacca, the good gentleman. We have the children, Penelope and Camilla. We have her mother, Susan Young, Catherine Abel-Fabus, Christian Reiger, Brandon Ledford, Ian Caskey, Zoe Caskey, Bill Heilman, the president of the PFT, and the chair saw Bill last week. Good to see you. Wendy Coleman, the president of AFTPA, Emily Kadash, Dara Fudrow, Robert Mitchell, Diane Zoutman, Trenton Ford, and Hillary Wheatley. Welcome to the floor of the House. We have today in the front of the House from Bucks County, our colleague, Representative Marcel, has Michael Telligan, a sophomore at Council Rock High School with strong interests in government, law, and public service. Michael is serving as a guest page. He is the class president, and he's actively involved in student leadership and civic engagement. Let's welcome Michael to the floor of the House. We have seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, Bill Murray, the Executive Director of the Reading Area Water Authority, who's visiting the Capitol today. Welcome. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia County, Representative Burgos, is welcoming Namor Brown and his wife, Myra Brown, to the Capitol today. We are excited to have them. They have been members of the Philadelphia Fire Department for over 22 years, serving our neighbors and joining the department in 2004, first assigned to Engine 24, a community where he grew up in North Philadelphia, and he's now doing Fire Prevention Division services. He's a proud member of the Spanish American Professional Firefighters Association, and we are so proud of his service and glad to welcome him and his wife. Thank you for your service. To the left of the speaker's rostrum, our colleagues that serve Montgomery County, Representatives Malagiri, our leader, Representative Bradford, Representative Briggs, Serrato, Hanbidge, Cerisi, Daly, Genst, Nelson, Webster, Sanchez, and Scott. If I can have your attention. Bring to us the Consul General, Mr. Dandarim Bandri, the senior career member of the Nepal Foreign Service, where he served as the Joint Secretary prior to becoming the Consul General in 2025. And we also have the Information Officer, Prem Bahada Butta, and we have Akbar Hussain, who's the Secretary of Policy and Planning. We are so grateful to have them in our midst, and we welcome them. Namaste. Welcome. In the back of the House, our colleague that serves Delaware County, Representative Curry, has the Vision Academy Charter School here. Their student government students are present to watch and observe state government in action. Vision Academy is a place that's dear to the chair's heart, as I was the graduation speaker just last June. Vision Academy students, welcome back. Please stand. Our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas, also has guests in the rear of the House. We have the Young Women's Summit and Lean In Girls program. They are a part of the Junior League of Reading, and they're on an educational journey, and they're here to see government in action. These young women represent the next generation of Pennsylvania's advocates, leaders, and change makers. With these guests of Representative Cepeda Freitas, please stand so we can welcome you to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Juniata County, Representative Rowe, has the Mifflinburg High School football team here with their head coach, Coach Cody Botts, celebrating their District 4 AAA championship. Mifflinburg, congratulations. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Lancaster, Representative Zimmerman, has in the back of the House Eel Emmer, an 11th grade student at Garden Spot High School. Eel is interested in looking for education with law studies, along with spending the day today shadowing Representative Zimmerman. Ilul, please stand. We're so glad to welcome you. Representative Emmerich, who serves the neighbors in Northampton, has a special guest in the rear of the House, David Gomez Acuna, a junior at Bethlehem Catholic High School, who has a strong interest in engineering in the fields of energy, transportation, and aerospace. David, where are you? We're so proud to have you here. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Ortiz-Tai, who serves Allegheny counties and Washington counties, and Representative O'Neill, who serves Washington County, have in the gallery Cannon McMillan Competitive Spirit Team that won the 2026 PIAA State Competitive Spirit Championship. They are 3A small champions. They scored 92.2. We have their cheerleaders here along with their coaches. With this team, please stand. Welcome, Cannon McMillan, and congratulations, ladies. Representative Rivera, who serves Lancaster County, has the Manheim Township High School Current Events and Political Club visiting the Capitol today. They are spending the day to shadow Representative Rivera and look forward to learning about our state government. Manheim Township, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. Please stand. Our colleagues that serve Bucks County, Representatives Warren and Marcel, have the Council Rock High School North Marching Band and the Color Guard here today. They are the U.S. Band's 2025 Group 2A state champions, and I'm so happy to welcome my niece who's in this group, Morgan Marshall. Would these students please stand? Congratulations. The chair wants to acknowledge, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, more members of the Nepali group who's present. We have Dr. Jajari and Saeed Afzal here also. Welcome to the floor of the House. Please stand. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Thursday, March 19th, 2026 will be postponed until printed. The following journals are in print and without objection will be approved. Sunday, August the 10th, 2025, Monday, August 11th, 2025, Tuesday, September the 9th, 2025, Wednesday, September the 10th, 2025, Thursday, September the 11th, 2025, Monday, September 22nd, 2025, Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, Monday, September 29th, 2025, Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, Wednesday, October the 1st, 2025. The chair grants permission to Jeremiah Strawbridge to take videography without audio for a period not to exceed 10 minutes. Monday, October the 6th, 2025, Tuesday, October the 7th, 2025, Wednesday, October the 8th, 2025, Monday, October 27th, 2025, Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, The House will now take up a special order of business, swearing in of Representatives-elect Anna Tiburcio of the 22nd Legislative District and Jim Mazzacco of the 42nd Legislative District. The chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms of the House.
Madam Speaker, Jonathan Marks, Deputy Secretary of Elections and Commissions, Department of State.
The chair recognizes Jonathan Marks, the Deputy Secretary of Elections and Commissions.
Madam Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to present the election returns and the certifications of campaign expense compliance for the special elections held on February 24th, 2026 in the 22nd and 42nd legislative districts.
The chair thanks the Deputy Secretary. The clerk will read the returns.
To the Honorable Speaker and members of the House of Representatives of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Greetings. I have the honor to present the official returns of the special elections for representatives of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania held in the 22nd and 42nd Legislative District, as the same has been certified to and filed with my office by the County Boards of Elections. The following having received the highest number of votes in the special election and having complied with the provisions of Article 16 of the Pennsylvania Election Code pertaining to primary and election expenses, Representatives Anna Tiburcio and Jen Mazzacco are duly elected representatives of the General Assembly.
The chair requests that the members-elect come forward to the well of the House for the purpose of taking the oath of office. Please bring your sacred book, and your family members can also come forward to hold your sacred book during the administration of the oath. The oath of office required by Article 6, Section 3 of the Constitution of Pennsylvania will now be administered by the Honorable Latasha C. Williams, Judge of the Dauphin County Court of Common Pleas.
Representatives-elect, please place your left hand on your sacred text and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is a very special day. I'd like to start by welcoming again our guests who join us today in the House chamber. Most importantly, I want to offer my sincerest and welcome and congratulations to our two newest colleagues, Pennsylvania's newest representatives, Representative Jen Mazzacco and Representative Anna Tiburcio. We are so happy to witness the energy and the ideas that both of you will bring to this institution. I know that you both will do a phenomenal job in representing your neighbors from Allegheny County and Lehigh County here in Harrisburg. Representative Tiburcio, you join us as a proven leader. You've served on the Allentown School District, Board of Directors from 2023 until 2026, your experience in the nonprofit sector shows your dedication to purpose-driven work and to really being in the community and making a change. You will certainly make a direct and positive impact on your community in this new role. As a small business owner, you understand the challenges of our Commonwealth's job creators and other small businesses that are the backbones of our local neighborhoods and economies. You're well positioned to contribute mightily to all the work that we do here in Harrisburg. Representative Mazzocco, you are a champion for Pennsylvania's children and working families, a school teacher, an educator. You've dedicated your entire professional life to preparing Pennsylvania's next generation of leaders, next generation of business owners and innovators, making sure that they have access to the tools they need to succeed in their classroom. You carved out time to save your neighbors as a member of the Dormont Council, and you are a solutions-oriented go-getter who saw the need in your community and sought to fulfill it by creating the Dormont Free Pantry. Both of you, your neighbors, sent you here because they trust you and your ability to use all of your experiences and your dedication to advocate for the policies that will improve their lives back home and strengthen the communities in which you both live. I know there's a lot to take in as a new member. Believe it or not, I was in a special election in the summer of 2015, and it's a little challenging when it's like everybody started ahead of you. Everybody had committee assignments ahead of you, and they've already been going, and you're suddenly in a class that began earlier. But let me tell you, as you look around and observe this beautiful place in which you will be working, not only will you observe that, but you'll take a moment to take in the glory of what this institution means and how it was founded even before our nation was. This institution's been meeting for 300 plus years, and we've been here doing the good work of the people. So I'm proud of you all and so grateful for this special day and all of your family and friends and leaders that have come out from your communities to celebrate you. But with that, the chair will cede the time to the majority leader, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Bradford, for remarks. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to join in welcoming our two newest members, Representative Mazzocco and Representative Tiburcio. While special elections have become very frequent in this building in the last 3 years, they are no less special for those who've been elected and have been joined by their community and their neighbors to represent them here on behalf of all of us in the Democratic caucus and really in a bipartisan way. And I know the good minority leader will join in saying this. You're not alone anymore. As the speaker mentioned, we've got quite a class of special election welcomees to our building. And we know that you're going to do an amazing job representing your community. And I've gotten to know you a little bit. Representative Tiburcio, I apologize. You're going to do an amazing job. You reflect and represent the community of Allentown and the greater suburbs, and we look forward to working with you as well. Representative Mazzocco, obviously, we know about all of you've done as an educator in your community, and we look forward to working with you and know you have so much to contribute, not just to your community, but to this greater Commonwealth. I want to congratulate you and again thank you of giving of your time to do this work. It is not easy, but it is the honor of a lifetime, and I just want to thank you again and congratulate you and welcome you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman from Montgomery County. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper, the minority leader, for remarks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome to both of you and your families and guests to celebrate on this occasion. I, too, as the Speaker, was a special election, and I try and basically describe it as you're jumping on the train while the train's already going full speed down the tracks. And so it will be difficult, but I would remind you, as I was reminded by those who were before me and some of my mentors, do not try and do it on your own. You have a room full of colleagues on both sides of the aisle who are willing to help, who welcome you here, who understand what it is that you are embarking on because we have embarked upon it ourselves. This is a difficult climate to run for office. We acknowledge that. It's a difficult climate to serve in office. We acknowledge that as well. But public service is no less a calling today than it always has been. and we know that you are here because you are called to that very special service. I can assure you there will be frustrations in this chamber and at home. There might even be a few this week on your first week. But through it all, you will be rewarded by the work that you do. And on behalf of the entire Republican caucus, we welcome you, we offer our support, and we're so happy to have you in this great institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair has a very special announcement. As of a few minutes ago, we now have the first women in each of these districts serving their communities, and the 64th and 65th women elected to the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, the largest amount of women that we have ever had in 350 years. Happy Women's History Month. And we're going to have two more. Stay tuned. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who requests that the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, be given leave for the day. Without objection, the leave is granted. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members, including our two newest members, you will now proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 199 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Chair recognizes Representative Deasy, Chair of the Committee on Liquor Control, who reports the following bills. Senate Bill 1218, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1964, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2333, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 403, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Deloso, Chair of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 375, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1700, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1830, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1970, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2210, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 423, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 439, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following bills. House Bill 289, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2161, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2229, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2246, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bills. House Bill 64, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 678, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, March 20th, 2026. House Bill 2300, House Bill 2305, both to Finance. House Bill 2309 to Health. House Resolution 456 to State Government. Referrals, March 23rd, 2026. House Resolution 450, Children and Youth. House Bill 2307, House Bill 2308, both to Education. House Bill 2311, Game and Fisheries. House Resolution 458 to Health. House Bill 2306, Housing and Community Development. House Resolution 455, local government. House Resolution 454, state government. House Resolution 448, tourism, recreation, economic development. House Bill 2310, transportation, and House Resolution 449, the Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 3 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bradford, Representative Owlett, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 2 o'clock, and we will be prepared to be back on the floor at 3. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Harris, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately at the break in the Majority Caucus Room. House Appropriations Committee will meet immediately at the break in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 3 o'clock p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
of 3 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. HB 1042, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1260, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1344, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1750, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2189, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Senate Bill 862, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Senate Bill 997, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 424, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House will come to order. We have some guests to recognize. Please take your conversations off the floor into the anterooms. Members, please take your seats. We have some guests to recognize left of the Speaker's roster. Representative Napoleon Nelson from the 154th District in Montgomery County welcomes to the Capitol George Fernandez, CEO of Culture and Company, Rachel Pryor, Chief Growth Officer of Jefferson Health Plans, and Kat Bird, Chief Administrative Officer also of Jefferson Health Plans. Welcome to the Capitol. Representative Daley moves to suspend the rules for the purpose of offering House Resolution 395. The question is, will the House suspend its rules? All those in favor of suspending the rules vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the question. The yeas are 196, the nays are 3. A two-thirds majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. On the question, the chair recognizes Representative Daley. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 395, printers number 2784 on page 7 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing March 17, 2026 as St. Patrick's Day in Pennsylvania and celebrating the role Irish Americans played in the founding of the United States of America. Introduced Representative Mary Jo Daley.
Chair apologizes for calling you prematurely. I was excited to vote on House Resolution 395. The chair recognizes the gentle lady from Montgomery County, Chair Daley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, colleagues, and honored guests, happy belated St. Patrick's Day from right here in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. House Resolution 395 recognizes March 17, 2026 as St. Patrick's Day in Pennsylvania and celebrates the role Irish Americans played in the founding of the United States. Today we celebrate not just the culture of Ireland, but the incredible impact that Irish Americans had on our Commonwealth and nation. From the beginning, the Irish were not just spectators to American history. They were foundational builders of it. As Benjamin Franklin himself noted, Irish immigrants were heavily involved in the government of Pennsylvania even before the Revolution. Think of the tremendous courage of the Scots-Irish who settled our woods, or the Irish laborers who built the Pennsylvania Railroad and canals. And as we commemorate and celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary this year, consider that 9 signers of the Declaration of Independence had Irish roots, including Pennsylvania's own James Smith and George Taylor, and that Philadelphia's own John Dunlap printed the first copies of that historic document. The resilience of the Irish, from famine-era immigrants to the soldiers of the Irish Brigade at Gettysburg, helped shape the hardworking spirit of Pennsylvania. Today, we honor that enduring legacy, which remains deeply woven into our lives. I would like to thank Representatives O'Neill, McAndrew, and James for co-prime sponsoring House Resolution 395 and serving as co-chairs with me on the bipartisan Irish American Caucus. All are welcome in this caucus, so if you would like to join, please do not hesitate to reach out to any one of us. I'd also like to thank Representative O'Neill for serving on the Pennsylvania-Ireland Trade Commission with me, and finally, Representative McAndrew for organizing the St. Patrick's Day festivities earlier today. Let's take this time to honor our shared heritage and celebrate the strength of our community. Erin Gobra, thank you, and I look forward to seeing you at this afternoon's events.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 196, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 352, printers number 2490, on page 6 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution directing the Joint State Government Commission to conduct a study on litter law enforcement and provide recommendations, introduced by Representative Joe Cerisi.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Representative Schlegel offers amendment A02489. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Schlegel.
Thank you. I rise today in support of this amendment because it aligns well with the House Resolution 352, which directs a study on litter across the Commonwealth. Examining producer packaging as part of that work can provide useful feedback that may lead to modernizing our recycling systems and ultimately reducing waste management costs for our municipalities. This amendment is not about prescribing outcomes. It is about gathering data and identifying efficiencies. For that reason, I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. Recognizes the prime sponsor of the resolution, Chair Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to thank the good gentleman for his resolution. This is not an agreed-to amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 97 and the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Schlegel offers Amendment A02490. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Schlegel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another amendment that I think fits well with the broader effort to study litter across the Commonwealth. Including the impact of a plastic bottle deposit would give us valuable real-world feedback on whether a deposit system is an efficient tool to reduce litter in the Commonwealth. This amendment doesn't mandate a policy outcome. It simply helps us gather better data so future decisions can be made on facts. For that reason, I also urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Chair Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the gentleman for the amendment, but it is not agreed to.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 97, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Question recurs. Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Chair Cerisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, litter is a great problem in so many of our communities. And even as we drive here to Harrisburg, we see it all over our roads from this past winter. We see people throwing garbage in different places it shouldn't have. This study just asked to say, how do we make our laws more enforceable? How do we make sure that the laws on the books we're able to prosecute, we're able to take care of the litter issue? It's just asking for a study of our law enforcement to come back with a recommendation and make sure we can apply all these laws and make sure they're enforced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 121. The nays are 78. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 562, printers number 0566 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides that the Commonwealth retains concurrent jurisdiction for juvenile process on certain land owned or later acquired by the United States.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2024, printers number 2583 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill mandates trauma-informed care training for county directors of Veterans Affairs.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 802, printers number 0830 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill exempts records, notes, and working papers used to assist an individual with a disability and records or information that would disclose the identity of a sexual harassment or sexual assault victim for access under the Rights to Know law.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Menser offers Amendment A02242. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Menser.
Mr. Speaker, the current version of House Bill 802 would allow for much-needed updates in the Right to Know law, protecting accommodations necessary for public officials with disability to transmit information, and also to protect the disclosure of identity of victims in a sexual harassment or assault claim. These circumstances were not envisioned when the Right to Know law was first enacted. Mr. Speaker, another area not envisioned was the ever-changing world of technology. Much of our information is maintained electronically, and while it may seem easy to maintain and prepare electronic records, preparation of these documents for a Right to Know request can be just as time-consuming for an agency as a copy paper is. Mr. Speaker, in order to assist agencies with that preparation, my amendment would allow an agency the ability to charge a fee for the preparation of an electronic record in a Right to Know matter. When an agency receives a request for a record that is maintained electronically and will be provided to the requester electronically, the agents would be able to impose a fee not exceeding 15 cents per megabyte for the preparation of the record. By giving agencies this option, they will be better equipped to handle time-consuming inquiries while at the same time working to provide the requester with what they need to ensure transparency. Mr. Speaker, let's add another much-needed update to the Right to Know law. I would ask for members' support of Amendment A02242. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the Chair of Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Deloso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to the good Representative Menser, this amendment, although well-intended, is not agreed to, and I would ask for a vote in the negative at this time. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 76, the nays 123. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1257, printers number 1936 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill expands eligibility for disabled veterans' real estate tax exemption.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bashline offers Amendment A01303. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bashline. Indicates the gentleman will withdraw. Chair thanks the gentleman. Representative Gillen offers Amendment A02188. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Gillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number one issue in my district, as I've had ample opportunity to circulate around, is affordability, not only in water rates, not only in electric rates, but also especially in the arena of property tax. And I think this bill takes a commendable step, and I'd like to take it a step forward. Why not give all 700,000 veterans in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania property tax relief? How about for all veterans? How about for the greatest generation? How about for the widows of those that have served? This is about freedom for all. And I anticipate that there may be a constitutional argument relative to this particular amendment. So I would say to you, Article 1, Section 1 of the Pennsylvania Constitution is abundantly clear on this issue. The right to acquire, possess, and protect property is guaranteed by the Constitution in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And the highest duty of government is to protect life and property. And I would suggest to you that moving this bill forward and protecting property, yes, it's an issue in our district, but I believe it's an issue across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because we have our veterans community renting and leasing their property from the government. And it's a barrier to property ownership, including my own daughter and son-in-law and grandchild right now are looking to acquire property. The constitutional amendment gives us time until July of 2030 to consummate replacement revenue. And might I add, if there's concern over that, the parent bill itself doesn't address the replacement revenue when property tax abatement occurs for a veteran. And so all veterans in Pennsylvania, all residents in Pennsylvania deserve property tax relief and property tax elimination. We've talked about this for a long time, and supposedly gaming revenue was going to be the answer, but it hasn't been the answer, and property tax are rising at a disproportionate rate, and they're forcing residents of the Commonwealth out of their homes, and in some cases they're voting with their feet, and they're headed to South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and other places. Let's keep Pennsylvanians here. Let's make Pennsylvania attractive to those that want to come and to live here. And I would say to my colleagues and my friends on the other side of the aisle, and many in our own local jurisdiction, our own local area have been supportive of property tax elimination. You yourself have made suggestions about replacement revenues, skills games, severance tax, online gaming, even marijuana. And so Pennsylvanians deserve this. Pennsylvanians are tired of the talk. Pennsylvanians are looking for action. And Pennsylvanians are leaning on the Constitution to guarantee them their property rights. And so I would oppose any effort to set this aside constitutionally, germaneness, or otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the Chair of Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
Gentleman will state his motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the amendment before us, A02188, authored by the gentleman for Berks, is unconstitutional as it violates Article 11 and Article 9, Section 12 of our state constitution.
Representative Solomon moves that amendment A02188 is unconstitutional. The chair, under House Rule 4, is required to submit questions involving the constitutionality of matters to the House for decision, which the chair now does and recognizes Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 11 has been applied by our Supreme Court in League of Women Voters and other case law. specifically to require that only one substantive change can be made to the state constitution through a single ballot question. If this amendment were adopted, the ballot question would essentially ask the voters of Pennsylvania whether all taxation, assessment, and valuation of real property taxes would be prohibited. While that may seem straightforward, it definitely is not. There are many provisions in our state constitution that touch on property taxes, and this amendment effectively changes all of them. For instance, Article 9, Section 12 imposes both the left and right limits on the City of Philadelphia's debt burden between 3 and 13.5% of the total assessed value of all property in the city of the first class. Since the amendment prohibits all assessments and valuations, this amendment, in effect, strips the City of Philadelphia's ability to calculate its debt, in essence, relieving the city from any debt limit at all. As drafted, this amendment violates two key provisions of our Constitution, making this bill both unworkable and unconstitutional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Berks, Representative Gillen.
I'll let the people of the Commonwealth decide whether property tax elimination and staying in your own home is unworkable or not. And I have the utmost respect for my colleague in Philadelphia. We've worked together for a very long time. I've spent time with him in the city of brotherly love, and so there's nothing personal about this. I repeat what the Pennsylvania Constitution actually does. It protects life and property. And what better way constitutionally to protect property than eliminate the ill that is kicking people out of their property, making it unaffordable for them to purchase their first home, and in many cases, moving them to another state. There's a very good reason why Article 1, Section 1 was positioned exactly where it was at. And I'll repeat it for the good of the membership. It guarantees, the Pennsylvania Constitution guarantees the right to acquire, possess, and protect property. It can't be any clearer than that. And if you'd like to go home and market the unconstitutionality of protecting people's property rights, go ahead and do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that I can say it much more eloquently than the gentleman from Berks, but on behalf of the residents in Carbon County that I represent, we can amend the Constitution. That's what this would do. We can make this change. And for all those that don't want to vote for it, and you're going to go home to your district and tell people that you somehow care about the fact that they can't afford to live in the home that they paid off because their property taxes are too high, well, I think right now we have the chance to vote down because this amendment is constitutional. And we make that determination. We don't have to listen to the talking heads on television or folks that want to spin it to fit their political agenda. This will be constitutional when we say it's constitutional, when we vote it, and then we can vote for every veteran, for every Gold Star mom, for every police officer, for every firefighter, for every senior citizen, for every retiree, and for every working person in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to not have to worry about not being able to afford to stay in the house that they paid off. We're talking about people that are paying 2, 3.
Gentleman will suspend. Gentleman will restrict his remarks to the constitutional arguments of the underlying bill. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be constitutional when we vote it to be constitutional to eliminate property taxes. Vote that this amendment is constitutional so we can actually pull it before the whole House and put an up or down vote on who really supports property tax relief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Lebanon, Representative Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've waited for this day for 11 years. 11 years to put the question before this body as to whether to eliminate property taxes in Pennsylvania. I say yes, and I say that amending the Constitution is absolutely constitutional. All due respect to my good friend from the city of Philadelphia. That's the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard.
Gentlemen will suspend. The underlying question is the constitutionality, and your remarks should be on whether or not this is constitutional or not. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To suggest that amending the Constitution to do the one thing that every homeowner is asking us to do is unconstitutional is bizarre. Colleagues, amending the Constitution is always constitutional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm extremely excited to have the opportunity to talk on this amendment today, even if it's just to oppose the argument that this amendment could somehow be constitutionally invalid. You know, I come from a courtroom setting, and part of my practice in small-town America was on constitutional issues, and I've lived it and I've breathed it, and I believe wholeheartedly that in the civil world, our way to protect the Constitution is by holding feet to the fire when government actors violate our constitutional rights. And so when I transition up here, and it's been quite a transition, to go from the courtroom setting where you actually have to be an expert to give an expert opinion, to standing here on this floor where anybody can get up and say anything, whether it's valid or not. And it's very disheartening. I remember the first time that I sat in this chamber and an argument came up about the constitutionality of a particular bill, and it amazed me. It absolutely amazed me that the arguments and the votes had nothing to do with the Constitution. It was a straight political vote, and
Gentlelady will suspend. The chair has given the gentlelady some leeway to this point. The underlying question is the constitutionality of this particular amendment. It's never in order to question the motives of members of this chamber, regardless of your opinion. Gentlelady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My emotions got away with me. With respect to the constitutionality of this amendment, I submit if every amendment that would change the letter of the law in Pennsylvania, that there was an argument that we can't hear that amendment because of constitutionality, it would be a beautiful thing if the votes in this body reflected thoughtful analysis of that. But in this situation, we have a proposed amendment that would eliminate property taxes across the board in Pennsylvania. And regardless of what intricate decision a court may make down the road, the members of this body owe it to our constituents to vote in the affirmative and to finally take action in this body to eliminate property taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Recognizes the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pennsylvanians deserve property tax relief. Mr. Speaker, I will argue I will argue that it's up to 102 members of this body to determine what is constitutional. To call Amendment A02188 unconstitutional, frankly, is a ruse. It is an evasion tactic.
Gentlemen will suspend. Gentlemen will suspend. Gentlemen will not question the motives of the members. Gentleman may proceed with his debate.
So, Mr. Speaker, Pennsylvanians deserve property tax relief. I urge and I support this amendment that is going to deliver for Pennsylvanians property tax relief. It's very real. Please vote in support.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, Chair recognizes the Republican leader, the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good friend, the gentleman from Philadelphia, said it seems straightforward, and it seems that way because it actually is straightforward. The singular question would be to eliminate property taxes. I believe it is constitutional, and we'll be voting that it is, and encourage the members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those voting aye will vote to declare the matter be constitutional. Those voting no will vote to declare the matter to be unconstitutional. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The majority having voted in the negative, the matter. Clerk will record the vote. The majority having voted in the negative, the matter is declared to be unconstitutional. 99 yeas, 100 nays. The House agree to the bill. Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1042, printer's number 2884, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows state inmates to earn vocational and educational credits against minimum sentence to make them eligible for parole earlier.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, prime sponsor of the legislation, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge the members to vote yes on House Bill 1042. This bill has been worked on diligently with many different stakeholders to develop legislation that would give incarcerated individuals incentives to participate in vocational training and educational programs. In fact, the diversity of stakeholders that supports this bill is nothing short of remarkable, as this bill is supported by the administration, the Alliance for Safety and Justice, the Pennsylvania Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, the Public Defenders Association of Pennsylvania, the ACLU, the Chamber of Business and Industry, and the Commonwealth Foundation. In fact, this bill will make our correctional facilities safer for our corrections officers and provide incarcerated Pennsylvanians with another tool in the toolbox to assist them with the successful reintegration into our communities. I think it's worth acknowledging that through the amendment process, we have narrowed the scope of this bill to make sure that some of our most violent offenders may not participate in this program. For example, individuals sentenced for murder, killing a law enforcement officer, sex offenders, repeat violent offenders, and individuals found guilty of major infractions involving drugs, violence, and sexual acts while incarcerated are not eligible for this program. This program is narrowly tailored to help people get on the straight and narrow while incarcerated so that they may return home to our communities as productive members of our society again. Once again, I urge a yes vote and look forward to similar bipartisan support as we received when running this bill last session. Thank you.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Chair of Judiciary, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge the members to vote yes on House Bill 1042. I agree with the maker of the bill just said, but I also want to add the fact that this legislation has the potential to save the taxpayers at a minimum $2.8 million annually, and the actual savings are likely even higher. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a balanced approach to making our state correctional facilities safer for our corrections officers and preparing incarcerated individuals to become productive members of society upon release. Getting the education and training they need to get jobs will be critical to reducing recidivism. To summarize, this bill will make our prisons safer, prepare inmates to succeed once released, reduce recidivism, and save millions of taxpayer dollars. Please vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 149, the nays 50. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1260, printers number 2839 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires each large-scale warehouse or distribution center constructed after the effective date to be solar ready.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Gentlelady Representative Rusnak.
Thank you so much. My hope today is that this body sees House Bill 1260 as an opportunity. In fact, placing solar on large-scale warehouses and distribution centers presents us with several positive opportunities. It increases our clean energy supply, diversifies our energy portfolio, creates high-paying local jobs, and can help reduce our electricity costs. Colleagues, at a time when costs are rising for working people, families, and seniors, we have a responsibility to act. Energy bills are one such cost that just keep climbing, and our constituents feel it every single month. That means we must do everything we can to increase energy generation quickly, responsibly, and affordably. This legislation does just that. It recognizes a simple truth. Solar on our warehouses is one of the best opportunities we have to expand energy production right now. Warehouses are the ideal site for solar installations for several reasons. We've all seen them. They're massive. They're unobstructed spaces with lots of room for these solar panels. And placing solar installations on warehouse rooftops triggers less public opposition because they typically do not need zoning adjustments. They do not change the visual characteristic of the community. And they do not take up any of the Class 1 farmland that everybody is concerned about as well. Here's another plus. Warehouses are usually located near electric distribution infrastructure, and this proximity reduces the need to build new lines and prevents adding more costs for ratepayers. By insisting that warehouse developers build for solar readiness, we are not adding red tape. We are unlocking potential. We are lowering short-term and long-term energy costs. We are strengthening our grid, and we are positioning Pennsylvania for a more stable energy future. This is practical, forward-looking policy that meets the moment, and I urge a yes vote.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from McKean, Representative Causer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express concerns about this bill. This is a bill that was considered in the House Energy Committee. And the bill requires new warehouses and distribution centers to be constructed as solar ready. And regardless of what you think about solar panels, this bill places a regulatory burden because it mandates that any new construction going forward be solar ready. Now, we all know that there is a cost in building construction. This bill takes things one step further and requires that any newly constructed buildings be built solar ready. Well, there is a cost to that, and that cost should be the decision of the person building the building, not us sitting here in this building. This requires that every distribution center be solar ready. It does, rest assured, provide for a waiver system whereby the Department of Environmental Protection may waive the requirements of this particular legislation if they so choose, but then put stringent requirements on when a waiver may be accepted. Also, it requires that any contractors or employers who complete solar-ready projects shall pay prevailing minimum wage and benefit rates. So we have a mandate that buildings be solar-ready, and then a mandate that you have to pay prevailing wage even when you're using private dollars to meet the requirements of this legislation. This is a costly mandate, it's an unnecessary mandate, and I ask for a negative vote.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 101, the nays are 96. The majority required by the Constitution. Strike the vote. Chair apologizes. Those in favor of the vote will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 101, the nays are 98. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1344, printer's number 3058 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for K-9 training standards for police officers.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, Chair recognizes Prime Sponsor legislation, gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Armanini.
Thank you. By passing House Bill 1344, we are providing some of the most robust K-9 safety standards in the nation. We are telling our K-9 handlers we value your life and your partner's life as much as the work you do. I respectfully urge support for House Bill 1344. Let's give our K-9 teams and the officers who rely on them the tools and safeguards that they need to work safely and effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 199, the nays 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1750, printers number 2886 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides a regulatory framework for the cremation of companion animals.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Chair Markozik.
Thank you. I introduced House Bill 1750 because a Pittsburgh funeral home owner was charged with defrauding more than 6,500 pet owners by falsely claiming to perform cremations while disposing of their bodies in a trash dump. My bill would hold these bad actors accountable and ensure that they properly handle pets after their death. I think we all can agree that our pets deserve to be treated with dignity, especially after death. I urge a vote in support. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester, Representative Lawrence. Gentleman waves off. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 199, the nays 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 862, printers number 0973 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends the Borough Code to provide an expedited process to fill Borough Council vacancies.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record a vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 199, the nays 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information that the House passed the bill without amendment. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up Senate Bill 997, printers number 1163 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill adds 1 member of the Pennsylvania Online Messengers Association Board of Directors to the Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 199, the nays 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information that the House passed the bill without amendment.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1834, printers number 2846, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill authorizes the Public Utility Commission to establish a regulatory framework for data centers operating in Pennsylvania.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Causer offers A02486. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from McKean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of talk in this building and across the Commonwealth about data centers. Data centers are an opportunity for the Commonwealth because data centers are prolific. They're going to be sited in some location. There's an opportunity for them to be sited in the Commonwealth. But we have to get it right, Madam Speaker. We have to make sure that the infrastructure is right. And number one, we have to make sure that consumers are protected so that their electric bills are not increased due to additional data centers. The legislation before us has a number of provisions in the legislation, Madam Speaker. This amendment, A02486, addresses some of those provisions. The amendment would take away some of the unrelated portions of the bill, which I think are moving us away from the core concept that I think everyone can agree with, that data centers should be paying for upgrades that are needed for them to come online, and as I said before, protecting electric payers. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this bill contains a number of provisions like requiring data centers to procure their electricity from certain renewable sources instead of many reliable sources that we have come to count on here in the Commonwealth. This legislation, this amendment would take away that burdensome requirement that's in the bill. The legislation would also remove burdensome fees that are placed in the legislation. Madam Speaker, this amendment would improve this bill, and I would ask for support for Amendment A02486.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Amendment A02486 is not an agreed-to amendment. In fact, this amendment removes funding requirements for universal service and energy conservation programs, low-income utility assistance programs. It removes the LIHEAP enhancement account, which would fund LIHEAP. It removes the PA Energy Independence account, which would fund PETA. It removes the 25% renewable energy procurement requirement. Folks, I've spoken to hyperscalers. They're the end users. Those are some of the richest companies in the world. They're fine with being good corporate citizens. Vote no, this is not agreed to. Thank you.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 97, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Representative Topper offers A02670. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the Minority Leader, the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that the core concept of HB 1834 is something that many of us, including data centers and those who will be bringing data centers to Pennsylvania, will agree upon. And that's that data centers need to provide any electric grid infrastructure upgrades that are required to bring them online themselves so that these costs are not passed along to our ratepayers. I believe that when we talk about regulation in regards to data centers, two things have to be at the forefront of our minds. One is to protect ratepayers, and two is to preserve our local municipalities with the ability to set their regulations, local control and protecting ratepayers. I believe that this amendment accomplishes both. Unfortunately, I think the bill in chief goes well beyond this concept and contains multiple extra fees and taxes imposed on data centers. I think it also imposes some unrealistic renewable energy mandates and extracts from data centers funding for renewable energy projects and disincentivizes business investment here in Pennsylvania. I know that many of us have been hearing from our constituents who have a number of concerns about data centers locating in our areas. I think most of these concerns revolve around the potential for these facilities to increase electric bills for everyone and also for their impact on our water resources. This amendment addresses both of these concerns. What's more, my amendment also respects our constituents and local municipalities by steering data centers to locate in places where those communities welcome this particular investment. This amendment incentivizes data centers to bring their own power generation resources by providing a tax credit. But for those data centers that do draw from the grid, this amendment would charge them a fee to be collected and distributed directly as a bill credit to our ratepayers within the same county as those data centers. Similarly, data centers that build their facilities in a manner that uses significantly less water than a traditional data center are incentivized with a tax credit under this proposal. But data centers that do not would need to pay a fee once again to be collected and distributed directly as a bill credit to those that pay water bills within the same county. I want to return again to the importance of respecting each of our local communities and the voice that they have about their place in growing our energy economy. There are a lot of questions regarding data centers and AI. I truly believe it will be some of our most important work over this next session. And while I certainly respect and commend the maker of the bill for the start of this, I do believe that this amendment will improve the product, still encouraging data centers to come here, still providing the jobs that we need here in Pennsylvania, but also respecting our ratepayers and our local authorities in their ability to manage this growth as well. So I would ask for an affirmative vote on Amendment A02670 to HB 1834. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Matsey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with the gentleman's comments relative to local control. In fact, I stood at this microphone back in 2012 when we passed Act 13 dealing with the Marcellus Shale, and I'm a supporter of extraction of our natural resources. I've stood up here and I've taken some heat from my own side of the aisle for being supportive of that, but I voted no on that bill. And I'll tell you why I voted no on that bill, because that bill basically gave variances and free rein for fracking to occur anywhere. And I said, you cannot take local control away from locals. This bill has nothing to do with what local communities will do. This bill is about consumer protection and affordability. And guess what, folks? This chamber already voted for a tax credit for data centers, for the equipment inside the data centers to lure these companies into Pennsylvania. We did that a couple of sessions ago. This amendment adds yet another tax credit. Again, as I said on the previous amendment, the hyperscalers, some of the wealthiest businesses in the world. This is not an agreed to amendment. Please vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 95, the nays are 104. The amendment fails. The chair's understanding that all remain. Representative Fiedler offers A 02696. Will the House agree the amendment? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentlelady from Philadelphia, the majority chair of Energy, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment strengthens the bill's consumer protections, adding additional guardrails and eliminating potential loopholes. It also adds in an important section to support new clean energy projects right here in Pennsylvania. In addition, this amendment would ensure that the bill does not unintentionally apply to hospitals, local governments, and other significant energy users. The good news about this amendment is that it preserves the laudable and underlying goal of this bill to make sure that the working people in all of our districts do not see their bills go even higher because of this build-out. If you care about keeping people's bills down, I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper, on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the lady from Philadelphia just brought up that the amendment, and as the gentleman from Beaver brought up, nor the bill addresses local control, and that is true. That is why we believe it is important to ensure that these are going to communities that want that investment. This amendment doesn't do that, and I will be asking for a negative vote on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays are 97. Majority required by the majority of voting in favor of the amendment. The amendment is agreed to. Chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks those colleagues. Will the House agree the bill? It's agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Colleagues, if I can have your attention. On this great day in history, the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz, and the gentleman from Montgomery, Colonel Webster, were both born. Happy birthday, colleagues! Happy birthday! Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 562, House Bill 802, House Bill 1257, House Bill 1834, House Bill 2024. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 300, House Bill 1191, House Bill 1718, House Bill 1800, House Bill 1851, House Bill 2163, Senate Bill 375, Senate Bill 1218. Majority Leader moves that the following resolution be removed from the uncontested House calendar and be placed on the tabled bill calendar. House Resolution 438. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Lawrence, Representative Bernstein, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, March 24, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.